Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali. Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired. of perfecting the craft. For every question we asked what good it might bring, at the same time, they worked tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Check, check.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Test, test,
1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
We are delighted to welcome you to the first Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies on Creative Industries in Jakarta, Indonesia. I am Liza Putri.
And I am Dimas Bayu Pinandoyo. We will be hosting you for today's event. It's an honor for us to greet and welcome our guests.
The Excellency Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BA MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Dr. Benny Bandanajaya STNT, the representative of Minister of Culture, Education, Research and Technology of Republik Indonesia.
Dr. Tipri Rose Kartika MM, the Director of Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif.
The honorable invited speakers.
Professor Daniel Pandey from Mississippi State University, the United States of America.
Professor Yuan Chen from Taya University, Taiwan.
Mr. Ruani Tupas, PhD from University College London.
Mr. Mardian Shahmardis, PhD, and Mr. Indra Kesumana Setyon, PhD, from ANC Japan Co. Ltd.
And also, we welcome all the presenters and participants of Jicoms.
Jicom 2020, or the first Jakarta International on Multidisciplinary Studies toward Creative Industries, is the first international conference held by the Center of Research and Community Service of Polymedia with the theme of taking collaboration of cross-disciplinary research to develop creative industries. This event also collaborates with the European Alliance for Innovation as publisher.
Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif is a vocational higher education located in 3 cities in Indonesia. They are in Jakarta, Medan, and Makassar, with the scientific focus on the creative industry and entrepreneurship.
For your information, this event is conducted with hybrid method. Online presenters use the Zoom platform to do the presentation, and it can be accessed streaming on Polymedia TV on YouTube.
The event will last for around 8 hours and divided into 2 sessions. The first session is the opening ceremony, presentation by keynote speakers and invited speakers, and the second session, after the break, there will be panels for oral presentation.
In addition, At the end of the event, there will be awards for the best speaker in each panel room. The division of participants of every room can be checked in the book of abstract that has been given to all participants.
Proceeding to the first agenda of this event, we would like to ask you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya.
To all the participants, kindly rise to sing Indonesia Raya. Kindly rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can be seated.
The next agenda is welcoming speech from Head of Committees of Jicoms 2022. To Mr. Mawanugraha, PhD, you are accordingly invited to the stage to deliver the welcoming speech.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening for America. I'm Mawan Nugraha. Be honest, I never imagined before that I have to stand up here to welcome you all in this program as chief of this conference, namely Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies toward Creative Industry, with term collaboration of cross-disciplinary research to develop some creative industries. And this conference conducted with collaboration with European Alliance for Innovation. And in this conference, actually, we have very important person in this country. Your Excellency, Minister Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Sandiaga Uno. Welcome, Pak Sandiaga, and thank you for joining with us here. And also we can find, on behalf of Your Excellency, Minister Education and Culture, Research Technology and Higher Education of Indonesia, This time represented by Bapak Dr. Benny Bandana Jaya. Welcome, sir, and thank you for joining with us here. And also, we have invited the experts from our country friends, such as Professor Daniel Pandey from Mississippi State University, USA. Welcome, Prof, and thank you for joining with us here. And also, we can find Professor Yu Huen Chen from Taiyeh University, Taiwan. Welcome, Prof, and thank you for joining with us here. And also, we have Professor Ruhani Tupak from University College London, UK. I know this time is very early morning there. So thank you for patience and joining here. And then we also have find Bapak Indra Kusuma and Bapak Mardiansah from ANC Japan Co Limited. Welcome here and already join with us here. And I also would like to report to you that in this conference we have 63 presenters, and we divided this presentation into two groups, applied science and social science. And the presenters come from 4 countries, such as Azerbaijan, Japan, Malaysia, Italy, and of course from Indonesia. So actually we have 5 countries contribute for this conference. And as a part of the team, I would like to say again, welcome to joining this conference. Thank you for helping, thank you for supporting so that this conference can be conducted successfully. But special thanks to my director, Ibu Dr. Tipri Roskartika Sari, for her facilitating, for helping, for everything she can do so that this conference can get success. Okay, the last I want to say that enjoy this conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mawanugraha, PhD. Now, we are going to listen the welcome speech by the Head of Research and Community Development Center, Ibu Dr. Handika Rahmayanti. Ibu Dr. Handika Rahmayanti, the time is yours.
Cik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, Dr. Tipri Roskartika MM. The Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Sandiaga Uno. The Honorable Director of Vocational and Professional Higher Education, Dr. Benny Bandana Jaya. The Honorable Chairman of Jicoms 20 and 22, Mr. Mawan Nugraha, PhD. And the Honorable all invited speaker, Vice Director, Head of Department, Technical Committee, Presenter, and Participant of Jicoms 20 and 22. On one behalf of Center for Research and Community Service Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, I extend a very warm welcome and gratitude to all of you. The Center for Research and Community Service to serve as a platform to help the scholar community across nations to explore the critical role of multidisciplinary innovation for sustainability and growth of human societies. We are very proud to present the first Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies towards Creative Industry, or Jicoms 20 and 22. The conference will be held by hybrid platform, online and offline conference. This conference is aimed at providing opportunity to academicians, practitioners, scientists, and scholars from various disciplines to discuss avenue for interdisciplinary innovation and identify effective ways to address the regional and global challenges faced by our societies. The research ideas and studies that we receive for this conference are very promising, unique, and impactful. I believe these studies have the potential to address case challenges in various subdomains of creative industry. We express our deepest gratitude to all parties who have contributed from the preparation stage so that the conference activities run well. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Handika Dani Rahmayanti, MSc. The next speech will be delivered by Director of Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif. To our beloved Director, Ibu Dr. Tipri Roskartika, MM, we are accordingly invited you to the stage to deliver the welcoming speech and kindly officially open this conference.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and very warm greeting to all of you. Welcome to Jicoms 2022. Thank you and gratitude to God who has given us mercy and blessing that State Polytechnic of Creative Media become the house of the first Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies toward Creative Industry, Jicoms 2022. I would like to welcome all the keynote speaker, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, and deputation from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Mr. Benny Bandanajaya, all invited speaker, Professor Daniel Pundai from Mississippi State University, USA, Professor Yu Hien Chen from Dayeh University, Taiwan, Ruani Tupas, PhD from University College London, UK, dan Mr. Indra Kesuma Nasution, PhD from INC Japan Company Limited, Japan. All committee, presenter, participant, industrial partner, and public government. This conference will give an excellent discussion and future insight for developing our community. Talking collaboration on cross-disciplinary research to develop creative industry as its theme, the forum welcome academia, professional, researcher, practitioner, student, and civil society organization representative to share idea and current study in the field of science and social science. By this improvement, we can increase our economic growth to compete in global economy, which start moving to society 5.0. To support above theme, Jicoms 2022 should be related to creative industry with sub-theme learning technology, publishing technology, tourism and creative economic, humanities and applied linguistic, advertising and marketing, film, media communication, game and application design, applied engineering, computing technology, pulp and paper technologies, printing process and application and applied physics and chemistry. To support publication, we have a great collaboration with European Alliance for Innovation. We have invited prominent speakers with expertise in the field of multidisciplinary studies. This event has multidisciplinary topic. It gives opportunity to make a global collaboration between academia, industry, and public government. By a continuously global collaboration between institutions, it makes our polytechnic grow up to world-class polytechnic, I hope. This event can be held because of the contribution of many people. Special Center for Research and Community Service, P3M State Polytechnic of Creative Media, keynote speaker, invited speaker, author, reviewer, participant, conference committee, organizing committee with Mr. Mawan Nugraha, PhD, thank you very much, and technical committee. And this moment, I would like to deliver my appreciation to all of you. Also, I would like to thank you for all participants in this conference. I wish you get a wonderful and unforgettable experience in this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dr. Tipri Roskartika MM.
To Dr. Tipri Roskartika, thank you very much for the inspirational speech that being delivered to us. Now we will deliver some profile about Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif and how we are ready toward globalization, global collaboration to develop creative industries.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the video.
Ekonomi kreatif menjadi salah satu faktor penopang pertumbuhan ekonomi di Indonesia. Dilengkapi dengan perkembangan teknologi saat ini, membuka peluang besar untuk berkarya dengan kreativitas. Politeknik Negeri Media Kreatif hadir memenuhi kebutuhan tersebut. Berada di ibu kota DKI Jakarta, Polimedia melahirkan lulusan berbasis produksi dan wirausaha. Sejak berdiri tahun 2008, kini sudah ribuan lulusan tersebar di sektor ekonomi kreatif. Dalam menjalankan tugasnya mencetak generasi unggul, Polimedia menerapkan nilai budaya yaitu kompeten, responsif, etik, akuntabel, terpercaya, inovatif, dan futuristik. Polimedia saat ini memiliki 15 program studi, jenjang diploma 4 dan diploma 3. Program studi dengan jenjang D4 atau sarjana terapan antara lain desain mode, teknologi rekayasa multimedia, teknologi permainan, animasi, pengelolaan perhotelan, serta film dan televisi. Program studi di Polimedia dengan jenjang diploma 3, teknik grafika, teknik kemasan, teknik pemeliharaan mesin, desain grafis, periklanan, penyiaran, penerbitan, fotografi, dan seni kuliner. Selain program studi di kampus utama Jakarta, Polimedia memiliki program studi di luar kampus utama atau PSDKU di Medan dan Makassar. Mendukung Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, Polimedia telah menjalin kerjasama dengan industri di berbagai sektor. Dengan semangat mengembangkan sumber daya di industri kreatif, serta mendukung pengembangan ekonomi kreatif, Polimedia terus berbenah diri agar menjadi lembaga pendidikan tinggi vokasi yang terkemuka dan unggul di bidang industri kreatif pada tahun 2030 di Asia Tenggara.
Momentum perubahan menuju Polimedia bangga semakin kreatif.
That's a little profile of Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif or Polimedia, and from the profile we can see how we are confident to be involved in the development of creative industry globally. Okay, talking about Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, how many students that we have right now and how many graduates that we already created and already being involved in creative industry?
Okay, so Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif already have around 6,000 students in the campus, and we have around 8,000 graduates who already work and participated in industry world all over Indonesia.
Okay, now, as part of movement of Indonesian movement, right now we are experiencing or we are hosting the G20 event. So,
We'd like to invite you to see the video of G20 in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the video.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we already see, we Indonesia are very rich of tourism destination, especially with another theme. We have Borobudur, we have Danau Toba, Toba Lake, and we have Bali, of course, that right now hosting the G20 summit.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the core agenda of the conference. We'd like to invite one of the keynote speaker,
Dr. Benny Bandanajaya STMT, the representative of Ministry of Education, Research, Technology, and Culture. To Dr. Benny Bandanajaya STMT, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the directors of Polytechnic Media Creative, all of speakers, and all of participants. First of all, I want to thank for the opportunity for me to give a keynote speech on this first Jakarta International Multidisciplinary Studies towards Creative Industries. Today, I want to share some of the Ministry of Education's policies about the vocational education in terms of facing the challenge of future works. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the implementing of vocational education is to produce skilled and competent graduates who are quickly absorbed in the industry or the world of works. Therefore, we must build a vocational education system that supports a collaborative environment that meets industrial needs. It means that all of the demands from the industry can be harmonized or synchronized with the implementation of the education, so that when the student graduates, they are ready to go directly to the industry or the world of work because they have already been introduced to and know the industrial environment since they were studying on campus. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Education has a flagship programs, as we know, we call it Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, or Emancipated Learning. This program is implemented by giving the opportunity for the student to choose 2 semesters maximum to learn outside their campus. This program is triggered that the need for the competence of the workforce has changed, and with its transformations, the job market has defined their qualification to meet the new demands. These changes are driven by technological developments, so that vocational higher education institutions must also be able to adapt and to provide relevant and capable graduates who are well prepared for the needs of today's world of works needs. We are now in the information era where economy is driven by technology of information and communications, with the new innovation that come with exciting expectations, but are also followed by a series of great challenges for today. The work of works requires skill that we know as soft skills. These skills are expected to be present in the workforce candidates, and in the future, the soft skills are more important than the technical skill or hard skill. Employers want to recruit someone who has leadership skills, written and verbal communication skills, flexible and able to work together, as the ability that is most expected in workers candidates. Through the Merdeka Belajar programs, various of campus activities can be carried out and selected by the student, including internships, independent studies, entrepreneurship, campus teachings, village projects, humanitarian activities, and of course research and maybe the others activities. The programs will provide benefit for students to be able to improve their soft skills. There are so many things that can be learned by students while they do the activities outside the campus. For example, in the internships activities, students will be faced with the real situations in the world of work, where they will face the challenge of interacting with other workers, with the supervisors or managers, and getting assignment from the company. This activity will teach the student how to learn, how to communicate, how to collaborate, or make written or oral reports, and also learn to be flexible in dynamic situation at the factory or the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in another way, to get graduates who have a good understanding of the world of works, the vocational education system needs to apply industrial learning methodology. Several ways that can be taken to produce an industrial environment can be done. That is, the first, for example, is to build a teaching factory on campus, and the second one is to develop a project-based learning or PBL learning system. The teaching factory is built as a practical education facilities for students on campus, which is some kind of a miniature replication of the industrial system or the world of works in accordance with student competencies. Then the teaching factory can do a production activity like an industrial or smaller in smaller scale. The resulting product must be a real product that is standardized according to the industrial standards. Thus, students can learn to produce a real product that comply with industrial standards. The application of industrial-based learning can be applied in various courses with the project-based learning method. The project-based learning is implemented by a group of students who have to complete some project. The project itself, it is better if it can be taken from the case of the world of work or industry, or it is some kind of real project that is indeed a representation of industrial needs. It can be in the form of problem solving or product creation or development. Project-based learning itself, of course, can be carried out as a part of lecturers' research. The student can be involved as a research members. They are given a portion of assignment that are in accordance with their competence, of course, of their respective study program. With the PBL learning method, the student will have the experience to solve industrial problems. At the same time, it will sharpen their soft skills in terms of collaborations, communication, creativity, and of course, their leadership capability. Ladies and gentlemen, that is some of the policies and endorsement from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, which we hope that it could help our vocational higher education institution to produce skilled and competent graduates. And also, we hope that all of our efforts, which has been done, can support our graduates to be absorbed in the industry or world of work as quickly as possible. And of course, it also will be a beneficiary for Indonesian economic growth. Yes, I think that's all my short notes. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, distinguished guests, proceeding to the next agenda, we'll be listening the speech from the Excellency Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry, Creative Economy. Please, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BA, MBA, the time is yours.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for inviting me to the first Jakarta International on Multidisciplinary Studies towards Creative Industries, or Jicoms, conducted by Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif on sustainable tourism for economic development. Honorable Ibu Dr. Tipri Rosekartika, Director of Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, Ibu Dr. Handika Dani Rahmayanti, Head of Center for Research and Community Service, Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, Bapak Dirjen Vokasi, who just delivered the speech, Bapak Marwan Nugraha, PhD, Chairman of Jicoms 2022, Bapak Beni Bandanajaya, Director of Vocational and Professional Higher Education, Bapak Dr. Andes Frans Teguh, my special advisors to Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy on Sustainable Development and Conservation, and all distinguished guest presenters and participants of Jakarta International Conference on Multidisciplinary Studies towards Creative Industries. First of all, we are always grateful for God Almighty in terms of providing us with good health. Second, I have few of the materials that I want to share today. First is tourism is one of the most established industries in the world, with the religious tourism like pilgrimage have been around for more than 1,000 years. And right now during the pandemic, tourism has been hit the most by the COVID-19. The predictions results of the UNWTO, the number of international tourists will reach 1.8 billion in 2030. The growth rate of this tourism sector will have a positive impact in the form of employment, foreign exchange earnings, jobs, and also advancement. In the era of volatility, uncertainty, and complexity, as well as ambiguities, or in short, VUCA, tourism faces various challenges in terms of pandemic, health, safety, security, communications, marketing, climate change, and digitalizations, among others. Likewise, its role as a generator of jobs is admirable, with most of the works being done by micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The future of travel starts now, because tomorrow is in the context of the uncertain, unpredictable, unbelievable, unthinkable, unknowable, uncontrollable, climate change situations, economic volatility, and technological transformations with digital disruptions. So what we have to do would be stay in line or evolve the mindset, become a disruptor leader, build deep digital literacy, innovate or you will perish, evolve a formal scanning process, use our natural monitoring system and human radar, consider radical scenarios, arrange possibilities and how we respond, and give ideas in overcoming routine or business as usual that could lead to stagnations or changes that occurred. The landscape of travel in 2030 and beyond would be as follows. From the layer of uncertainty on the traveler side, we need more trust and privilege. Responsible travel is important, according to 81%, representing the demand. They want easy entry to destinations, seamless process, and we need collaborations from existing ecosystem players representing the pentahelix. Also, in 2030, 71% wants to travel sustainably in the next 12 months, up 10% from last year. It is necessary to offer sustainable travelers for the future. People want to have and connect with experience, more individual products, not mass products. We call it customized, personalized, and sustainable as investments and technology would be an important part. The importance of technology and the role will be 360 on a full package with services that could implement technology, for example, seamless travel, service information sharing between tourists via social media, etc. Value of travel is a key to tourist spending, which focus on economic experience of the travelers. The demand for sustainability is growing across all markets. Based on research from Booking.com, Sustainable Travel report in 2022 that gathered from more than 30,000 travelers across 32 countries, I already revealed, 81% say responsible travel is important and 71% wants to travel sustainably, increase up 10% from last year. Consumers are in the driver's seat. Existing research shows the consumer not only say they want industry to do better, but when it comes to supporting the environment, they are changing their behavior in support of these beliefs and they are ready to pay for it. This is shifting profit pools, challenging historical high returns in some areas while opening $1 billion worth of opportunities in others. This momentum then become an opportunity to optimize the development framework for Indonesia tourism to be more resilient, more sustainable. And sustainable economic growth can be achieved through tourism by promoting inclusive and sustainable governance, providing socio-economic benefits for local communities, nature, conservation, and cultural preservation. Therefore, the tourism sector can continue to benefit the future generations. We have key highlights from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy that we're focusing on quality and sustainability. We want to become a sustainable hub in the Asia-Pacific region. And our visions to completely go net zero by 2045 and cutting our carbon emissions by 50% by 2035. We have several pillars in the sustainable tourism, which is sustainable tourism development, sustainable tourism destinations, certifications, observatory, industry, management, and marketing. And then we have this CHSE, and with the leadership of France, we want also to have a gold standard sustainable certifications for hotels, restaurants, destination, including Desa Wisata, prototyping neutral carbon destinations, carbon footprint calculator and offsetting, waste management, water management, renewable energy, good carrying capacity, limits of acceptable change, regular environment impact assessment, green sustainable project, millennial green champions or green leaders. We also focused on 17 subsectors of the creative industries that we focus through creative cities, also creative regions and creative villages. The creativity is, for instance, hope that a village can become a symbol of economic revival to create jobs. All of these programs are intended to provide opportunities so that people can increase their livelihood. These programs have been accelerated in 2022 with the G20 presidency and the G20 Tourism Working Group. We underpin the concern of the transformations that also needs to include women and young generations, as well as micro, small, medium enterprises, with the concept of no one will be left behind. In closing, I would like to remind everybody that the development of national tourism should be carried out in the process of social and economic sustainability and benefiting the surrounding community, and making sure that tourist destinations and creative economy centers practice this sustainable tourism. I hope with this international seminar organized by Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, we can and we will produce strategic and practical solutions by strengthening the comprehensive science and knowledge-based tourism approach for the development and management of sustainable community-based tourism, including desa wisata, village tourism, taking into account all these issues of inclusiveness. Very important. That's the reasons why we go up in the Travel and Tourism Index. Also, prioritizations on human resources, people-centered, and innovations, adaptations, as well as collaborations, so that we could achieve Indonesia Maju by 2045. With this, I close by giving a vote of thanks to all participants, and see you later in wonderful Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speech, the Excellency of Minister of Tourism and Economic Creative. Sir, we'd like your favor to stand by to do photo session.
Yes,
for the honorable guests and the vice directors of Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif, kindly take your position to do photo session.
Okay. Congratulations and success for Jicoms.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nice hat.
Oh, thank you. I'm in Bali for the G20. And
yeah.
Please, we hope it has been so far so good. We hope everybody's praying for the success of this historic event. And this is a proud moment for Indonesia, and it is really, really fantastic to be Indonesians at this time. So thank you very much, and God bless you all. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Mwah.
Bye, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the invited speaker session. This session will be moderated by Dr. Zalzulifa from Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif. Bapak Dr. Zalzulifa, the time is yours.
All right. I thought I would be sitting right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for these occasions, and Ms. Directors, Dr. Tipri Rosa Kartika, and the ancestors of Director Mr. Purnomo Ananto, Mawan and the invited speaker, Mr. Indra, who has been here in this location, right? Maybe I would like to invite you to the stage. Okay, right. Let me take a summary first, right? Because I heard that Mr. Punda is not attending here online, but of course, in online will be Mr. Yuan, yeah? Mr. Yuans. And thank you, Mr. Indra. Let me sum up first the speech from the Mr. Benny. Yeah? There are 3 key points that we have to think, you know, that's as an education center, we have to learn to communicate and to collaborate. And of course, from Mr. Sandagono, there are the key points that it is now they will face in the world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and of course, ambiguity. And Mr. Sandagono, of course, give the solution, right? He has the terminology like Gercep, Gospel, and Geber, right? And here we are having 3 speakers. Mr. Indra is on the stage now, and 2 of the speakers will be joined with us with on Zoom. Okay, let me read first the qualifications of Mr. Indra, then for the next speaker next time. Mr. Ruadi is right, oh, not Indra, right? Where is Mr. Indra? Right, Mr. Indra Kusuma Nasution, PhD. He is graduated from University of Gajah Mada, bachelor degree in international relations, and also a master degree in international relations, and also from Japan, Nagoya University, PhD in graduate schools of international development. And as a professional experience of Indra is, of course, from 2005 until now, he is a lecturer in the Department of Political Science, University of Sumatera Utara, Indonesia, and 2014 until now, in Asian Nagoya Club, ANC Japan, Business Forum and Consulting in IT Japan, and advisor. And 2018 until now, Kebun Technology, Human Resource and Economic Development Center, advisors. And first, I would like to give the short speech from for the Mr. Indra. It is about 10 minutes, right? And then maybe you can deliver your speech, and then we will have a question and answer with the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ibu Ocha and Bapak Ibu semuanya. Okay, first of all, this is this amazing conference. Thank you for everyone. You can slide. Okay. Yeah. Today, can I? Oh, is it okay? Okay. Yeah. Today we would like to discuss about Indonesian creative industry and opportunity for Japan market. I hope this material will inform all of you about how how the Indonesians can contribute to Japan market. Okay, maybe the first I would like to introduce ASEAN Japan, ASEAN Nagoya Club Japan. ASEAN Nagoya Club Japan was established in 2014 when I was in doctoral students in Nagoya University. And 2017, ASEAN Nagoya Club has successfully bridged coordinating Ministry of Economic and Governor of IT. And in Indonesia, we set up the Kebun Technology and focus on human resource, IT, Kaizen, and creative industry. Next. Hai, yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Next. Okay, this is the questions. What Japanese creative industry needs and how Indonesian could contribute for Japan market. Okay, next. The background. Japan creative industries support Japan's various lifestyles, like craft, fashion, food cultures, hospitality, as we know that Japan is the best hospitality in the world. In Japan, in terms of omotenashi, and the total amount of domestic productions related industries around 64 trillion yen or 6 billion, But however, the challenge is Japan has a big challenge, lack of distributions, right? Lack of distributions, hubs, and limited of human and material resources became the obstruction of Japanese enterprises. So this is Indonesian opportunity to grow local and national economy through contribute or to promote to the needs of Japanese market. Okay, next. How Japanese definition of creative industry? Okay, maybe I will. It's okay. Mohon izin Ibu Bocha. Okay, this is Japanese creative industry definitions. In Japan, creative industry collaborations between content sector, creative sector, right? What is creative industry or creative content sector? Content sector could generate economic values, and creative service sectors could create social values. This is the different cultural industry. Museum is cultural industry, but we can create creative industry through video, museum, music and film, and creative services, advertising, architectural. It means Japan, to define creative industry, is collaborate between content sector and creative sector. Okay, next. Next, okay. Okay, this is the example. This is the tea. Only tea, right? Only tea. Okay, next. Japanese tea ceremony is the creative industry. Tea is simple, very simple, but Japan try to create more dramatic. How to drink the simple tea as traditional and create, invite tourism of the world. This is course of Japanese tea ceremony. This is my friends, Yamada-san. He always around the world until New York only teach how to Japanese tea tree, and it's expensive. Only how to try drink like Japanese tea. This is creative industry. Okay, next. Basically, Japan, there's no specific definition about creative industry. The point is, creative industry putting on the creativity as the core of industries. Creative industries consist of goods, services, workforce whose market competitiveness lie not so much in price, but in added value or creativity. And creativity means uniqueness, right? Uniqueness. It means Japan, there's no specific definitions, but Japan's belief that if industry or if creativity covers this industry, it's a good for economic. Next. Japan's consists of 11 sectors. Right. The first, advertising, for example, graphic design, architectural design, engineering like Japanese games. Creative, engineering like Toyota creates the a part of automotive, architectural designs, and craft like lacquerware, antique store, craft, second-hand store, instructional for arts, and design, interior, film, animation, music, recording, performing arts, artists, author, publishing, computer, software, TV and radio. I remember that Gundam. Gundam is a part of architectural design because Gundam is not simple, right? To design Gundam like Lego needs architectural design. Okay, next. In Japan, there are 4 highest potential. The first, craft, tradition, culture, among 62,000 company. And the second one, architectural design, 41, and then computer software and the music. This is the 4 highest creative industry in Japan. The first, crafts, architectural design, computer software, and music. Okay, next. Based on data, Japan needs IT programmer, craft, fashion, and textile. This is Japan potential based on this data. IT programmer, craft, and fashion, and textile. Okay, next. How Indonesia could contribute for Japan market. Okay, next. The first, IT programmer. This is the best opportunity for Polymedia. Okay, next. As we know that aging population in Japan decrease and decrease, right? Only 100 million in 2020, and as we know that decreasing and decreasing and decreasing the population of in Japan. Okay, next. So in the same time, the number of foreign workers in Japan increasing around 1.6 million workers per year. This is the opportunity for ASEAN countries, especially for Indonesia. Okay, next. This is the ratio job for opening of job applicants in Japan. From 163 job openings, there are only 100 job seekers. Very small. Okay, next. So, this is the Japan needs a worker. Okay. For example, this is constructions. From 7,000 requirements, only 900 applicants. IT programmer. From 18,000 requirements, only 4,000 applicants. Caregiver, 14,000 requirements, only 2,000 applicants. So let's focus on this IT programmer. 18,000 requirements, only 4,000 applicants. in Indonesia, maybe one company, 4,000 applicants. So, yeah, this is IT programmer. 14,000 applicants and only 18,000 requirements. Okay. In 2024, in Japan, they need 350,000 programmer or IT. Maybe this campus will prepare for contribute this IT programmer. And the numbers will increasing and increasing. Okay, next. Let's compare with Vietnam. This is the one of the reason why Vietnam economics, very fast to increase. Comparison engineer in Indonesia in Japan today only 2,000 and Vietnam 34,000 in Japan. So when I was discuss with IT or students after graduation, where do you want to work? Silicon Valley, Facebook, Google, it's impossible. It's difficult, but it's possible if we going to Japan, learning the knowledge, Japanese technology, and then after that, you're going to Silicon Valley. That's already happening in Vietnam, right? In Indonesia, 2,000, and Vietnam, 34,000. Yeah, Indonesia more population is highest than Vietnam. Okay, next. So, Kebun inform or publish the opportunity for the students or alumni in Indonesia. Do you know Sega company? Yeah, Sega company asked me to invite the engineer from Indonesia to work in Sega in Japan. Okay, maybe next. How the salary? This is the salary. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the salary. The minimum salary 3 million yen, or in Indonesia around 35 juta per bulan, right? Until 70 million rupiah per month. And also there is 100 juta per bulan, per month. This is the salary for IT. For example, robotic operation development. This is the terms, maybe IT consultant, artificial intelligence, EMS and IT, and one of the company in Japan, I have the experience, they want to salary 100,000 million rupiah, 100 juta rupiah per month. Okay, next. So collaboration with university. Okay, next. We already collaborate, next, with Gajah Mada University to teaching the Japanese language for the IT students. Next. This Japanese course for IT program. International class is common, use the English. And now I support international class to use Japanese. Not English, but Japanese. Okay, next. This is IPB University in agriculture. Okay, next. So that's the first. And the second one, craft, fashion, and textile products. Next. Yeah, in Indonesia, Indonesia ranked 12 in Japan because only 2% contribute to Japan. And next, we only focus on coal, gas, rubber. Next. But actually we have the potential like fabrics, furniture. Okay, next. This is Japanese needs of craft production. The first, textile and woods. Okay, next. Yarn importing countries to Japan, the first China, Vietnam, and the third Indonesia. Yeah. Still yarn or benang. Yeah. Okay, next. But in fabric, Indonesia, there's no Indonesia here. China, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Korea. Okay, next. Bamboo and rattan import to Japan, China, and Philippines. Yeah, this is Philippines increasing bamboo and rattan products. Next. Wood products from Philippines, yeah, import to Japan and Finland and China. Okay, next. So why the Indonesian craft products are limited to Japan? Because Indonesian craft industry is not able to interpret Japanese product standards, lack of promotion, and lack of access to Japan market. Okay, next. Product curation, this is INC experience. Okay, next. This the photo, yeah. Kebumen. Okay, next. Bandung, I teach the craft. Solo, Jogja, Sleman, next. This is Jogja, yeah, creative industry. And we have network in Japan, Toyoko Group 800s. And next. We expo in Japan, okay, next. And Shizuoka in Japan, this is, yeah. And Nagoya, next. And the last, Kalimantan, okay, next. Start from curation to South Kalimantan Selatan, next. Curation product from March to July, okay, next. And we already expo September until November in Nagoya, next. This is Kalimantan product, promote craft in Japan, next. This is Aeon Mall in Shizuoka, right? We promote craft because Japan needs textile and craft. Okay, next. Okay, conclusion. Indonesian creative industry has a great potential to Japan market, but we have to understand Japanese product standards. So Polymedia have to understand the standards of Japan craft and fashion. It's time for IT students to learn Japanese and collaboration with institutions that really understand the Japanese market. Next. And for government, university, and bank, create a cluster pairing, research and coaching, promotion and collaboration to open international markets. Okay, next. Okay, thank you. This is my Instagram. Okay, thank you.
Hello, yeah. All right, Mr. Indra, thank you very much for your presentations, right? And then because I see in the Zoom, right, there is, yeah, Daniel Punday, right? Hello, Daniel Punday. Hello, Daniel.
I am here. Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your presenting in Zoom, right? And now we are having the time for you to present your results about the research. Maybe you can take about 20 minutes, right? And then after that, we are going to have a question and answer. While here is Mr. Indra in the Zoom, on the stage. Please, the time for yours, Daniel.
That sounds good. I will. Can I share my screen so I have a PowerPoint?
Okay.
All right. Thank you all for having me at this interdisciplinary conference, and thank you especially to Lisa Amalia Putri for thinking to invite me to this talk today. I'm an English professor in the US, and I'm recently working on a topic that I thought might be of interdisciplinary interest to this group, perhaps even for those outside of the humanities. Infrastructure has traditionally been associated with the aspirations of the modern state. Infrastructure long has been essential to the rhetoric of modernity and technological progress. As Nico, Anand, Akul Gupta, and Hannah Appel say in their introduction to the book, The Promise of Infrastructure, particular infrastructure signal the desires, hopes, and aspirations of a society or of its leaders. Nation states often build infrastructures not only to meet felt needs, but because those infrastructures signal that the nation state is advanced and modern. This book looks at the forward-looking nature of our traditional understanding of national infrastructure plans. It is a promise of those who we can become as a people. A classic example of this in the U.S. is of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which used dams to electrify a large portion of the rural U.S. in the 1930s and came to embody the modernity of the state. Changes in technology have complicated this association of infrastructure and nation. In the platform society, Jose Van Dijk, Thomas Pohl, and Martin de Waal note that the rise of digital platforms empowers individuals to, quote, set up businesses, trade goods, and exchange information online while circumventing corporate or state intermediaries. These kinds of platforms, dominated in the US by YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, and I think those are similar in Indonesia, mark a distinct move away from the national narratives that defined infrastructure in the 19th and 20th centuries. They are transnational, neither designed nor controlled in most cases by one particular nation. Other critics have gone even further. In The Stack on Software and Sovereignty by Benjamin Batten, he argues for a global model that integrates these systems from the most material sources to their intimate role in our lives. He offers a sweeping model of these systems based on what he calls layers. The earth layer, where we talk about resource extraction, the cloud layer, in which we explore the commercial platforms we are most familiar with, the city layer, where we see these cloud systems interact with the infrastructural grids that make up our urban spaces, the address layer that talks about IP protocols and the movement of data from giant servers to individual systems, the interface layer, where we explore the UI designs that present that data to the user, and finally to the user layer that organizes the use to which all these systems can be put. I wanted to summarize Bratton, not necessarily because I want to spend a lot of time on these particular layers. Instead, what interests me is how sweeping this account of these competing infrastructures is, from the systems for extracting rare earth minerals all the way down to what happens when we turn on a computer. And at each step of the way, most of these systems are trans or multinational. These systems don't articulate the aspirations of particular people or even the plans made consciously by elected officials. It is against this backdrop that I want to explore a trend that I find quite striking in a variety of English language fiction, a return to infrastructure as a theme. There actually hasn't been much scholarly work within literary studies on infrastructure as an element of creative writing. We can understand intuitively the way that modern infrastructure enables certain kinds of plots. Jonathan Grossman wrote an interesting article on the role of global transportation systems in Jules Verne's 1872 novel, Around the World in 80 Days. And we can see how the very premise of that novel is not only possible during this period of emerging interlinked transportation systems. But when we try to think of infrastructure in literature more broadly, the examples are scattered. We can see how an epistolary novel, a novel written as a series of letters to be exchanged between characters, only became possible as a literary form when this communication infrastructure was in place, and it was possible for people to communicate personally and reliably over moderate distances. I find these examples compelling, scattered. Perhaps one day someone will write a great book about infrastructure across all literary writing. But I want to turn to a few contemporary novels that I think are doing something very specific with infrastructure. I thought it might be helpful for me to give you examples from 3 novels that are exemplary in tracing out this new use of infrastructure in the contemporary novel. In each case, I will focus on one particular scene that will give you a sense or a taste of the novel, even if the story itself isn't familiar. I'm going to suggest that these 3 scenes have similarities that help to explain why infrastructure might be so interesting to novelists right now. The first scene that I want to discuss comes from the novel The Underground Railroad by the African-American novelist Colson Whitehead. Whitehead has written quite a lot of infrastructural novels. Maybe the best known is The Intuitionist, a novel about elevator inspectors. The Underground Railroad retells the traditional U.S. slave escape narrative story in which the main characters desperately try to escape from the South to the safety of the North during the time of slavery. Whitehead's innovation is to transform the metaphor of the Underground Railroad, understood traditionally as a group of sympathetic people who helped slaves escape, into a literal railroad. The key scene that I want to discuss is where the escaped slaves first encounter the railroad of the book's title. Our main characters are Caesar and Cora, and their awe and confusion in this scene models the reader's mental adjustment as we realize that the railroad is no metaphor but real. The station master, Lembley, leads them down to the underground station. And this is the passage that you already have on the screen. Caesar could scarcely speak. How far does the tunnel extend? Lembley shrugged. Far enough for you. It must have taken years. More than you know. Solving the problem of ventilation took a bit of time. Who built it? Who builds anything in this country? This is a telling scene for the role of infrastructure for all of Whitehead's writing. The mental reorientation that Caesar and Cora go through marks a shift not just from the material contours of their world, but from the possible futures of their story. This is why I think the line, far enough for you, is so crucial. It signals that the infrastructure here exists not so much as a fully worked out system, but as support for a certain kind of narrative form and future. We should not overlook the striking line, who builds anything in this country, since it also signals the other half of this mental shift, the recognition that the political economy that supports this infrastructure is based on slave labor. So what I see going on in this story is using these issues of infrastructure to draw our attention to the nature of this storytelling, interventions into how we think about US history, but also the very fictional contours of the story. We never really learn quite where the railroad goes, but that's okay because the story has its own goals. The goal of that story is to reorient our thinking about American history. I want to turn now to a second story by Mohsin Hamid called How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia. Hamid's novel adapts an unusual second-person style. The novel is written about you, a poor unnamed boy who grows up to get rich selling water distribution, first by bottling, but then later by pipes, but whose romantic interest from his youth through adulthood remains out of reach for most of his life. Hamid makes extensive use of infrastructure in the novel. After all, the whole plot involves water distribution. But I want to focus on a particular passage that makes this unusual connection late in the novel in describing our unnamed you as having lost motivation for his life. Of late, you've had the impression of merely going through the motions of your life, of rising, shaving, bathing, dressing, coming into work, attending meetings, taking phone calls, returning home, eating, lying in bed, all out of habit, for no purpose, like the functioning of some legacy water meter, cut off from the billing system, whose measurements whirl by unrecorded. This is a telling passage for the novel as a whole, since it defines the meaningfulness of character actions in terms of their relationship to data. A bit earlier in the novel, Hamid opens a chapter with the generalization, quote, "We are all information, all of us, whether readers or writers, you or I." But this passage also plays with our sense of the character's individuality. Is he a single person? Leaving him unnamed certainly suggests that he's meant to be general to some degree. In some sense, this is a question that we could ask of any novel. How much are the characters particular people, and how much are they used to represent a general type? And in linking that character to infrastructure, like the billing system, Hamid is drawing our attention to the ambiguous relation between individual and setting. After all, those of us who are paying our water bills or telephone bills barely think of ourselves as individuals. I would say that Hamid is doing something similar to Whitehead, using infrastructure with its links to information, knowledge, and setting to remind us about the tensions and even contradictions in our ways of storytelling. I'd like to offer a final example in the Asian American novelist Charles Yu from his novel, How to Live Safely in a Science Fiction Universe. This novel tells the story of a young man whose father immigrated from China to the US and who repairs time travel machines. He explains, people rent time travel machines. They think they can change the past. Then they get there and find out causality doesn't work the way they thought it did. They get stuck in places they didn't mean to go, in places they shouldn't have tried to go. They get into trouble, logical, metaphysical. That's where I come in. I go in and I get them out. I tell people, I have a job and I have job security. I have a job because I know how to fix the cooling module on the quantum decoherence engine of the TM-1. That's the reason I have a job. But the real reason I have job security is that people have no idea how to make themselves happy. As this passage makes clear, the novel's focus on time travel is not the story of adventure or danger that we associate with most stories in this time travel genre. Instead, the novel's fundamentally about human memory and loss. As the passage continues, I have job security because what the customer wants, when you get right down to it, is to relive the very worst moment over and over again. I hope you'll indulge me with one more quotation, one last quotation from this novel, which links this work to corporate infrastructure. Oh, apparently not. Oh, there it is. Sorry.
All right, Daniel Punde, right. Thank you very much for your reading about the fictions writing, yeah. I thought we have a time for question and answer. All right. Daniel Punde from Mississippi State University, right? As an English teacher. Thank you very much. Lisa?
Yes. Yes. Can I have a few minutes?
Right.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Pandey. It's very nice to see you virtually. So it's me, Lisa, speaking. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for joining us in this conference. And we know that it's not easy because we have a huge time difference. So here is like 10 or 11 a.m. while there, 12 hours time different at night. So thank you very much.
I have been drinking a lot of coffee to stay awake, to be sharp for all of you. Thank you.
I can see that, yes. Thank you. And so I'd like you to know that Dr. Pandey was my supervisor when taking a master's degree at Purdue University. So yeah, it's kind of a reunion. So Dr. Pandey, the one that just shown just now was the appreciation certificate from us for you, and it will be sent to your email.
Well, thank you so much. That's wonderful.
Our pleasure. So yeah, I hope I can see you. Looking forward to see you for my PhD.
That sounds wonderful. Come to Mississippi.
Okay, right. Yeah.
I'm in for that. Okay, so Dr. Pandey, the next session will be Q&A session, and it will be moderated by Dr. Zazulifa.
Okay, thank you, Pandey. You are reunited with your students in doctoral program, right? All right. Before giving question and answer to Mr. Pandey, right? Let me remind one thing from Mr. Indra, right? There are two things, big difference between Japanese and Indonesia, right? Especially for the need of IT programmers and also the salary. That is the big motivation for those who want to know more about IT programmers. So there's also a proposal from Indra having a collaboration for the Japanese language study, right? And then opening the internal class. All right, any question from the audience? All right, maybe I would like to have a hook first. What do you think about the way how to solve the problem, Mr. Indra? Because you know that there are still less of people in Indonesia, like you know, only 2,000, right? With a big population, only 2,000 people, no IT programmers. But in Vietnam, there are 34 million. And the salary only 3 million here and 100 million. So can you give the key how to solve the problem about the IT programmers for the youngsters in Indonesia?
Yes, thank you. Maybe yeah, informations, right? The Indonesian students, maybe they don't know how to create their career in international, in global era. They don't know how to. So yeah, I want to share my experience based on INC Japan. There are so many opportunities to work in Japan, because if Indonesian students or the best students, they get knowledge from Japan's not only language but the skill of the IT. Yeah, they can build their career not only in Japan but around the world. For example, in Vietnam, after they work in Japan for 5 years or 6 years, they back to Vietnam to build startup, or they going to USA to work in Silicon Valley. Therefore, Vietnam, the economics is very fast increasing. So many students already know the global phenomenon. That's the point, how to globalize our students, how to globalize. Let's see the world. Let's see the world. Not only in Indonesia company. Let's see the world. We have Sega. We have Facebook in USA. We have Google in USA. Let's global, not only local. That's the point. Yeah.
Okay, right. That's mean there is an opportunity for having exchange student, right? Also exchange lecturers with the Japan's university and also with the industry, right? Okay, right, Lisa. Maybe can you give the hook for other question and answer? Maybe you know more about the writing of from Punday because he is your supervisor. Give a hook for the other student, for the other listener, Lisa. Any other questions? Silakan. All right, Bu. Please raise your hand and share your name. For Mr. Indra or Punday?
Hello, for Mr. Indra.
Indra, right.
Yeah. Okay, good morning. My name is Ince. I'd like to ask Mr. Indra. I know that there's a huge gap between the demand and supply of job in Japan. So my question is how to get qualified into Japan market as a job seeker. Thank you.
For IT.
Right.
For IT.
For any
kind of
field, yeah, any kind
job,
of
right?
jobs
Right.
in Japan.
Yeah. Yeah. The first day, yeah, Nihongo desu ne. Nihongo.
What is that?
Japanese language, minimum N4 like TOEFL, yeah, N4 and N1 is the highest and N5 is the lowest, yeah, and minimum N4. That's the point. And the second, attitude, because for interview, direct interview, sometimes the Japanese, of course, for 6 months or 7 months, it's difficult to learn Japanese. But when interview, based on my experience, like Sega company, when interview, okay, your Nihongo is not good, but okay, but you have a skill, the best skill and attitude. What's the meaning of attitude? The attitude means, you know, Japanese is very polite, right? It's very polite. So like introduction, introduce yourself, how to promote your ideas, your software, and say thank you, please, yoroshiku onegaishimasu means please invite me, please assist me, please help me, yeah, for example, yeah. Please teach me. That's politeness in Japanese. And yeah, Japanese people, they very understand how the Indonesian students skill, but attitude is key for Japan, right? Itu Bu Inca, yes.
Right. Thank you, Indra. Attitude is the most important, right? I thought. Okay, right. Any question other from the audience? Please, Daddy. For Indra or Punday?
For
Daniel.
Mr. Indra.
Indra, right. Thank you
maybe
very much.
Mr. Daniel too,
Yeah.
if it relates to his presentation. Okay. First of all, Mr. Indra, thank you for the presentation. I want to introduce myself. My name is Dedi. Right now I am the head of design department, and I saw the presentation is quite relevant to my department because we are consisted of 5 study programs such as fashion design, animation, multimedia, the technology of multimedia, game technology, and lastly is the graphic design. So from your perspectives, we cannot underestimate the history of Japan industry, especially in creative industry, or the, from your perspective, is the content industry. We tend to copy the Japanese style. When we saw the assignment or the projects from the students, most of them are very fanatic to the Japanese culture products like manga, anime, and it influenced the style of the drawings, the designs, and also many things. Perhaps also the ideas, the cultural norms or cultural ethics, because the content also influenced the way of people how to think, right? So that is the first question, is how the Japanese industry appreciate the foreign cultural designs aspects, such as Indonesia perhaps should more promoting their own styles, design styles, or own contents, but on the other aspect, the influence of the Japanese content is so strong, and we cannot also totally prohibit them to, oh please don't use manga style, don't use anime style, but in our products such as games or animation or fashion or design graphics, those styles are already like in international relations terms, it's like a hegemony power. So how is your nasihat? How is your advice for us to make or to build a good relationship between Japanese content industry with our human resource, our small medium enterprises? This is the first question. The second question, I think, is the most important, is the university aspects. How you see the differences between Indonesia universities? For us, we have a lot of barriers, like financial barriers, human resource barriers. Our lecturers is, most of them, only master degrees, and maybe in Japan, all the professors is already in doctor's degree. The facility is top-notch. The financial supports is also very good, I think. Most of our students still don't have the suitable computers for the design application, because the technology is always improved, and we must to adapt to these new computers, new softwares, and yeah, I think, is there any, let's just say, cooperation that, let's say, Japan and invest so and so in our education, so we can prepare our human resource to go to abroad, not just from the language aspect, but also from the technical and skills aspect.
Can you make it short? What is your question?
That
Thank you.
is the last sentence. Thank you, Mr. Zuljulifa. Yeah. Maybe next question.
All right. Maybe while waiting the answer from Indra, I would like also make a quote for Daniel. Yeah, Daniel, Let me ask you first thing, right? I read your temporary landscape of dissertations, postmodern narrative, the constructions, and the reinventations of form, right? Talking about the fictions, we are dealing with the three domains of the languages: verbal languages, visual languages, and virtual languages. So how can we encourage the youngster for the next time in order to write more fictions in terms of, like, we know we have a virtual reality concept of postmodern fiction writing. So I want you to explain a little bit more about it after Indra, all right? Please, Mr. Indra.
Thank you, Mas Denny. I will show you. I remember that. Which one? This is Sasirangan, cultural industry, only cultural, not creative industry. But Japan, this is from Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, Sasirangan. Yeah, Sasirangan. Japanese teach and they many advice to Indonesian craft, how to use Sasirangan, not common in Indonesia. Let's start from polymedia. Batik, how to create batiks not only for the clothes, but batik for other home decor, for example. In my presentations, I already promote, or I will already share the photos of craft, the craft from Kalimantan, but the design from Japan. The point in Japan is detailing. Yeah, detailing. Even craft. Yeah, even craft. Even this Sasirangan, very detailing, not luntur, no, tidak boleh luntur, ya, sangat rapih. So that's creative industry. And Japan's, based on my experience, creative industry based on Japan is put on creativity on that products. Yes.
All right, can I take it? Maybe 2 minutes for Daniel explaining about the possibility of having possibility of producing his fictions. 2 minutes, right? All right, 2 minutes, Daniel. Please explain a little bit about your dissertations, postmodern narrative, the construction, and the inventions of form, right? Please, Daniel.
Yeah, so I think the idea of encouraging the production of fictions is wonderful. I think that's a great idea. I don't know what to share in terms of thinking about form. I mean, a lot of the work that I've been doing recently has been on these more material concerns, like literally in terms of the circumstances of writing and how people produce fiction, I think is really important. And thinking about how people write out of the circumstances that they're in. I mean, the novel one of the novels I talked about, this How to Get Filthy Rich in Rising Asia, I think is really exemplary, where you have people writing about their experience in navigating their economic circumstances and the ways in which they project their futures and think about their circumstances. I think that's such an important thing to be able to write about. And that novel, I think, is super nuanced in terms of being able to understand all of the things that go into that, both the positive in terms of being able to imagine possible futures, but also the negative in terms of understanding the ways in which material circumstances push back against your hopes. And so I think what I would say about like being able to write out of this moment is that you want people to be able to strike that balance between writing about aspiration and like possible futures and how they imagine their futures, but also being realistic about the things that ground them and perhaps create complexity in terms of being able to think about those futures. So that's one of the things I find so exciting and puzzling and complex about these kinds of infrastructural stories is that they hit that balance.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Maybe someday we are going to have a collaboration and visit each other, and also Miss Indra,
that would be
Mr.
great.
Indra will maybe Mr. Indra will plan to have a tours for exchange lecture visiting the creative industry in Japan. And we are going to have a collaboration of producing novel and fictions, because we are having an animation study program in Indonesia at the State Polytechnic of Creative Media. Okay, thank you, Mr. Daniel and Indra. Thank you very much for your presentation today, and the rest of the audience, and thank for the watching of this opportunity. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ada foto? Foto session. Check.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the keynote speakers, invited speakers for the presentation. Now it's time for giving the token of appreciation for Mr. Indra. Will be delivered or given by Ibu Tipri Roskartika as the Director of Polytechnic Negeri Media Kreatif. Okay, thank you. So Pak Indra also like to give a special book for our director. Okay, thank you Pak Indra and Ibu Tipri. For the next session,
we are still in invited speaker session. Bapak Dr. Zalzulifa, the time is yours.
All right. In these sessions, we are going to have two more speakers online. And the first, Prof. Yu Wen Chuen, the Dean of Academic Affairs, Daye University, Taiwan. Hello, Professor. Right. Thank you very much. Are you there? Let me read first about his portfolios. Prof. Yu Wen Chan is teaching experience is Department of Business Administrations, Jin Wen University of Technology, and also Department of Industrial Engineering, Daye University. I thought this is the campus of Mr. Mawan and Dwi, reunions. And the third is Department of Information Technology, Daye University. Mr. Prof. Yu Wen Chan is a Doctor of Management, National Chiao Tung University, Taiwan. There are 3 languages, right? Chinese, English, and German. And of course, the majority of Prof. Yu Wen Chan is, of course, multi-objective optimizations, deep learnings, and AL, supply chain management. All right, Mr. Prof. Yu Wen, right? I'm giving you the time for about 20 minutes explaining about your research. And then after that, maybe we are going to have another speaker. And of course, after 2 speakers, we are going to have a question and answer. Please, the time for yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. And is everyone okay? Good morning. I'm very happy to be here to give my, I think this is a general introduction of how Daye University cooperate with the industry. And we found some lessons. So I'm very happy to share my university experience here. Okay. So now I think I will share my PPT. Just a moment. Okay, I think it's great. So actually, just like the chair introduced me, I'm coming from Taiwan, and actually the university I got my PhD degree. It was located in the industrial park of Taiwan. And the industrial park of Taiwan actually, very major in producing the semiconductors. So today, what I'm gonna share with you is about the experience, how I use this software developed on the Taiwan-made hardware to serve the industry, and what I thought and what we can expect for the near future. And today, my outline, just like everyone, you can see. The first one is a brief introduction. The second one is why industry academia cooperation is important, is necessary. And the third is talking and trace back to the goal of even my university. Actually, I think my university emphasize the apprenticeship spirit very much. So later I will show some cases that cooperate with some European companies. And we will introduce what is learning by doing and how we execute and how we launch this spirit about the learning by doing here. And we later will show some practical example. This example very interesting, and they are really cooperated and had a strong relationship with the industry here in Taiwan. And even more, some you can see they have the in the register have the relationship with the international business. Okay, and final, of course, we'll leave some time and space to discuss more what we can expect. We can cooperate in the future. Okay. About the Daya University, actually is located in the national park. So we can see we have a very beautiful scenery. It's in Jianghua, actually the central part of Taiwan. And it's not far from if you want to travel to the seaside, about 50 kilometers away. So it's not far. And we include in the College of Engineering Management, Design Healthcare, and the Biotech, etc. And in 2021, World Green University village Daya University as #1 in the university in Taiwan. And this is, we talking about the green metrics. Actually, when we talking about green metrics, it I think is all linked to we now well known about United Nations Sustainable Goal. So we can call them simply by SDG 17. So because we use many recycled water, or we deal the the waste, we have some many specific classification, and we also generate some green power like by solar energy in the campus. So this is very friendly to the environment. So that's why we will be ranked as the #1 private university in Taiwan about for the green education and the green environment. Okay, and myself, if you are interested, because I think the chair already introduced me a lot enough. So if you are interested about some of my previous application, you can go to the research gate and just type my name. So if you want to leave response, I try to catch you as soon as possible. And because I have, I think I have been serving the academic field more than 20 years. I think close to 25 years. And the most half of the time, half my career time, I am an administrator. So actually, I have many experience about administration, even to cooperate with this industry and what point you should take care. So according to my past experience, I think it's very beneficial. If you are coming from a small and medium business, we simply call it SMEs. I think this is a nice platform. Use the industry academic collaboration to test and validate your idea. And for the, I think for the college's side, actually sometimes challenge. Yeah, but I like this challenge. It's challenging for academic professors to validate their idea to solve real industry problems. And I think during such an experiment, the devoted, professors, even students, they can learn what the practices in the real world. So I think this lesson is very valuable. It's very, very much more valuable. Even more, sometimes they cannot, we cannot teach this part from the, we call this textbook. Sometimes it's just you miss some interaction, miss some communication, miss talking, presentation during this training, and we can train the student well and to be served and to be accepted by the in industry in Taiwan. However, because you must prepare, sometimes you must be brave, because most of business need to be patient. So in other words, they are not so kind and not so patient to our experiment. So as you see, this is some picture took from my university. We actually have some financial support from Taiwan government, and they help to travel into go around into the scientific park in Taiwan. So we can arrange some, visits outside the campus, and we can have some foreign with these bosses or some chair of the business, and to tell and to discuss about what we are already launched and what we can expect for the future. And according to my past experience, actually small and medium enterprises, they often face three problems. We can call three normal difficulties. The first one is about the human resources. They are hard to find qualified human resources to help the company, go upgrading. And the second, I think most of these SMEs, they lack the ability of information technology. In short, we sometimes call this ability of IT. This is the second observation. And the third is if sometimes they have ideas, okay, they already have, they had the human power, they already had the devices or IT technology. They also need some funding. So actually, just like I have told, with this support from government, so most of Taiwanese SMEs, they can apply some funding from government, and the government will push all the university, SMEs, and some other necessary like interview, some like the third party join together and to finish in the final goal and to meet achievements that the SME expected. So yeah, that's I think is a challenging issue. But in my university, I think it's become a daily normal. It's become a daily normal. Most of the time, actually, professors need a platform to test their ideas. And I also learned from Professor Duvet. He is, I think he is a very nice idea by learning by doing. So actually, all the university, all the Daya University, we look and we construct the campus as a big lab. And so all the students, they can test all the idea here and everywhere. So sometimes if maybe you go to the library, you can try to see an open automation, see a small robot, something like that. Or you go to the toilet, maybe use some, what is that? Because maybe some students, they try to make some experiment and to finish to their term project or course project. And when you cooperate and when the university cooperation with the university, what do we expect? I think we improve all this in the sense of achievement. We improve the self-confidence student and reputation of university, something like that. And of course, and sometimes we all face this challenge because some old-fashioned professors, they are very good at publications. They also like the left-hand side, they are challenged. Because according to our study, most of the students that come to our university, they want to go into the, they want to find a good job when they graduated. So most of the time, we push these students to follow this professor who have very practical results from their research, as you see in the right-hand side. So later I will share some example about this. The first one is about Ørsted. I think it is a very big one, wind power company in the world. Maybe he should be the first one, the biggest one is the International company. So they made a Greater Changhua project not far from here. And the second is the wind farm maintenance. Let's use some like the student project. And the third is the camera. And later I think I will show this example one by one and discuss some details inside. Okay, as you see, actually, this company Ørsted apprenticeship program already cooperate with my university. And so you see in the right hand side, we have the chance is to visit the wind farm, the windmill in UK. It's near the seaside, and we know how to. And they already take some graduate students from my university to the international company, just as I say, because they are already construct. So let's take a short look. Oh, this is the Great Changhua. It's Great Changhua.
真的是好山好水。风是足靠，但是风太做不到。大金经济会的话，增加一些就业机遇。我希望彰化未来空气品质会更好。
25年前，沃旭能源在丹麦建造了世界第一座离岸风场，在欧洲持续累积开发、新建、营运到厨艺风场的完整经验，并在北美、亚太拓展离岸风电事业。作为全球离岸风电领导者，我们已建造超过1000架离岸风机，营运总装置容量占全球26%。
The Taiwanese president formulated a vision for Taiwan to become nuclear-free by 2025. We very much got inspired by that vision and wanted to be part of the energy transition in Taiwan.
Our Greater Changhua project is not only providing free electricity. The size of our project is 2.4 gigawatt that means clean power for 2.8 million households in Taiwan. We are bringing a lot of project opportunities with these projects. Over the lifetime of the project, we create more than 1,100 direct jobs and around about 12,000 indirect jobs.
Okay. Because please forgive me, because at the time, I think my presentation is limited, so I won't take a look all of this, okay? Let's go back, I think. Yes.
Right.
Oh, here,
thank you.
Sorry. So actually, we already have the contract with the biggest wind farm company in the world, and we already send some apprenticeship students to their company. So this company is really nice. They cover the internship fee and already guaranteeing their salary for the minimum level. And so these students are very satisfied. And the second, because I'm also sure you can see, because this is a newly constructed wind farm. So we have some research project like this. We try to use the UAV, this is the driverless, like a driverless quattro airplane. They can take some picture for the wind turbine. And with this wind turbine, actually we want to check the defectiveness of this wind blade. Because later, maybe once the wind farm was constructed, the maintenance period could last for long as 25 to 30 years. Yeah, so we want to collect many pictures like this to keep this wind farm and all the energy output at an acceptable and satisfying level. Okay, and this is the recent project. Actually, I also shared with all of you, this audience. On the left-hand side, actually, we know sometimes, trauma, and the trauma patient often gathering in a very short time, very short time. So what does this mean? So that means once unexpected disaster, it could be man-made or natural disaster happened. It will gather many trauma patients in a very short time. So in such a case, how can you assign this patient to an appropriate hospital to keep them alive? That means at the maximal survival rate, in other words. So we use this. So you can see we set up a system to continuously monitor all the hospital. When you see the red sign here, this means I think it's already over congested. So please don't send more trauma patients to such hospital because he cannot handle more. The capacity is full. It cannot. The doctors there or nurses there is very busy. It's almost crazy. And the right-hand side, you see, we applied the newly developed device from we call this augmented reality, AR, some AR VR. And when we treat a trauma patient, actually we can cooperate with 2 or 3 trauma doctors all together. They can use this hamlet and to discuss the situation of a specific patient online immediately. So they will increase the survival rate for these trauma patients. Okay.
Right.
And here you can see we use the, this one is an AOI. We call that is automated optical inspection device. And my team with my student handmade this device, and we with some deep learning algorithm to solve some some service problem about the electroplated products in the industry.
Okay, Prof.
Okay,
Thank you.
In
All right.
next one, you can see, you can see, we use some 3D printing. We call that is additive manufacturing device to help some design company to design furniture for the prototype, or to make the electrical bike, you will land side upper, and some more bigger electrical vehicle, something like that.
All right, Prof. Make it
Yes.
short.
Okay. And finally, you can see we use this intelligent patient, but is use eye to control. And this bed is can transform like the transformer is. You use your eye or some body condition. Okay, and I think conclusion, cross-discipline integration is the key to innovation. I just shortly share my experience here, and thanks for your invitation, and thank you again.
Right, thank you, Prof. Let me quote the important thing from Prof. Yuan. Okay, give applause. At least there is one thing that Prof give a quotation like professor need to have a platform to test and validate their ideas, right? And the professor has delivered six steps of validating our ideas. And the next we are going to elaborate by question and answer. But while waiting the question and answer, maybe I'll let the second speaker. And before the second speaker, let's see, maybe the committee will deliver the certificate, right? We are going to have a certificate, Prof, and then the next time we are going to send the email, our certificate as appreciation, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, please keep first your question and answer. Let's give the second speaker, Ruani Tupai. Ruani Tupas, yeah. Ruani Tupas, all right. Are you there, all right? Hello, all right.
Hello, hello.
All right, thank you, all right. Let me read first your portfolio, right? Ruani Tupas is a lecturer of Sociolinguistics in Education, Center for Applied Linguistics, Institutes of Education, Department of Communication, Culture and Media, University College London, right? And as academic qualifications of Ruani Tupas, he is a PhD English Language in National University of Singapore and MA in University of Philippines in Diliman in 1996, right? And also Bachelor of Arts, English Studies, Language cum laude, University of Philippines in Diliman. All right, the research areas of Ruani Tupas is of course language and educations, word English, unequal English, politic OVLT. And of course, multilingual educations, English as a medium of instructions, language and education policies. Right, let's give 20 minutes for Mr. Ruani Tupas for delivering their ideas about the research. The time is yours. Silakan.
All right. Thank you very much. And selamat pagi to everybody. All right. It's a very early morning in London, and I'm always excited to be around colleagues from Indonesia. Before coming to London at the University College of London, I actually live in Singapore. I taught in Singapore, the National University of Singapore and Nanyang Technological University for 20 years. Of course, I am originally from the Philippines as well, and a lot of my projects for more than 2 decades have been spent in different parts of Southeast Asia and especially Indonesia. So I've been back and forth many times. In Jakarta, for example, in Tanjung Pinang, in Salatiga, and Jember, Malang, and many other places in Indonesia as well. So selamat pagi again. And then it's interesting because Prof. Chen earlier talked about what you might probably think is a radically different topic, a radically different project. But and I am, I am a social linguist. I work in the area of multilingual education, for example. And as you can see in my slides here, right, I am putting forward a topic that may be really very, very different. However, what can bind our work together really is that I'm also talking about working with the industries, right? I also talk about how cross-disciplinary collaboration, for example, but this time with the entertainment industry, which is also, of course, a creative industry, actually has produced both an advocacy and an entertainment as well, and has actually enabled me to also bring forth my research on multilingualism and multilingual education beyond the academe as well. So what I'm going to share with you in my very short time is somehow similar, being able to talk about how such collaboration, for example, it's not just simply about how I collaborated, but how such collaboration actually produced results from my perspective as a researcher, as well as a scholar. So as you can see here, for those of you who are into music, of course, here I'm talking about a Filipino group, Alamat. Alamat, I think, is in Indonesia is address, but in the Philippines, Alamat means a legend. All right. So that's what that it actually means in the Filipino in Tagalog, for example. And one thing that I'd like to start off with is that at some point in the past, all right, because Alamat actually sings in many different Philippine languages, and it is actually part of their advocacy to promote, the use of Philippine languages in the industry, in the entertainment industry, in music, for example. They actually came to me, they actually messaged me, all right, and asked me if I could, be part of an educational video, an advocacy educational video that basically talks about the difference between language and dialect. And the reason why it's something very important in the Philippines is that historically, the Philippine languages have been referred to, especially in the education system, as only dialects. All right, that we don't have actually languages. We only have probably the colonial language and the colonial languages, Spanish and English, and possibly Filipino, which is our national language. But all the more than 180 languages, all right, have been historically constructed as a dialect. All right, so they came to me. They asked me, could I actually join them and record an explanation that is accessible to everybody, to the public, not for the academics, not for those who are in my field. Can you explain the difference between language and dialect? Of course, it's a very complex and very challenging request, because while I can actually make a differentiation in an academic way, how to do that for 4 or 5 minutes in a video that must be understandable even to high school, to elementary and high school students is something that, is something new to me. But anyway, so such was a collaboration that I think became really very productive, but in the end, it produced quite, really radical different results as well. So that's what I'm going to talk about very, very briefly in my work. Now, just to give you about a little background about Alamat, all right. Alamat, as I said, are P-pop stars, are P-pop artists in the Philippines. This is actually a feature by them, by The Observer, which is actually the Sunday newspaper of The Guardian. And in this actual article, if you are interested, I was actually also quoted there in terms of, citing me about my views about languages, about local languages as well. I don't do music, that's for sure. I mean, in other words, I'm not an expert in music making, but I have collaborated with them precisely because of this kind of advocacy about promoting Philippine culture and languages. These are some of the images. These are some of those what you might call really creative and imaginative visuals that have been produced by Alamat thus far. As you can see, it's something really very, very unique, something different. Something that appeal to our young people in the Philippines, and something that, of course, I realized that was able to use and tap into, because while much of our research, I guess not only at the University College London, but I guess universities around the world, we are encouraged to share our research findings with as broad, a broad set of audiences as possible. It is not, a walk in the park to be able to do that, precisely because, our research, our discourses, and our genres need to be translated into language, or a language that is understandable to a lot of people. And so using Alamat as a way to engage students, as a way to engage teacher training, for example, is a really great jump off point, because conversations begin immediately, because people can relate. A lot of people can relate to many of these images. Alamat talking about Philippine history, Alamat talking, so you see it in the middle, it's actually called aswang, which is actually a cultural reference to something, to Philippine mythology, which now is used in the context of very, very contemporary music. As what I said, this is a part of the advocacy of Alamat, to use pop music as a means of telling the world about our people and our nation. It sings in 7 Philippine languages. Actually, it sings in more than 7 languages, depending on which song as well. So if you're interested, they have music videos on YouTube, and so on and so forth. All right. Okay. I'm not sure why it's not working. Yes, that's right. So their envision a success, it says there, they envision a society in which the Filipino will never have to cut their Philippine roots and conceal their identity just to earn the approval of the world. So it's, in other words, you know, it's creatively making sure, or advocating, you know, love for one's country, love for one's identity, which of course has been eroded for quite some time by colonialism, for example, for love of, a future. So I mentioned about, you know, this advocacy about languages or dialects. I just would like to share some screenshots here, for example, of very random messages of how that music video that I collaborated with, and some of the music videos of the video, by the way, that I collaborated with, and the music videos that Alamat has produced, right, has actually produced a lot of conversations and discussions on the ground. You know, it says here, for example, you know, someone says it is the 8 major dialects in the Philippines, and you can see there's someone said correction, language. All right, and there the account holder basically said naguguluhan ako, which means I'm really very confused. Some call it dialects. Even if you try to search it on Google, it is called the 8 major dialects in the Philippines. Please explain to me for me to understand. All right, and there's another one here on the right. Best part when they start singing their own dialects. All right, and then someone again corrects the account and said, no, it's actually languages, not dialects. All right. Oh, okay. The account basically said, I just finished watching the PH language comparison, which is actually the video that I appeared in. Now I know. All right. I guess what we are actually trying to say here is that the collaboration, Alamat together, for example, with some kind of like a discussion of languages or dialects, for example, all right, have actually started to produce conversations on the ground. And if you go through many of these comments, they practically are saying, you know, why haven't I learned this in school? All right, why is it that this is something that has been kept away from us, you know, in school? And so what the point is this kind of collaboration has somehow produced some kind of spaces that are educational and learning. All right, precisely because it is something that people are very much interested in. There are people that would like to be entertained, but at the same time, by being entertained, they actually learn something from it. So this is, you know, I mentioned here linguistic citizenship. It is about the experiences that people may have of language practices and representations that capture, however fleetingly, a different significance of language to life and life to language. So we're talking about linguistic citizenship, not of course in the Philippines, but, you know, basically elsewhere or everywhere. We're talking about, you know, experiences of people or their language practices, their representations that are very different in the way, you know, we have been taught by the education system, for example. Stride 2018 continues, you know, performance and pop culture. It is actually, you know, it is actually a site for politics of the everyday that bears many resemblances to other acts of citizenship where actors seek to constitute themselves as subjects of rights. In other words, you know, if you look at pop culture, if you look at pop music, if you look at these seemingly mundane things that sometimes teachers look down on, it's actually repository of a lot of discourses and a lot of ideologies and discussions that can be put forward, brought back to the classroom, in order to, you know, get people to talk about and discuss, you know, the issues. So here is what I have done. All right, and this is interesting. on the left, this is an article that I have written. It's a very short article because that's basically what I said, right? To collaborate with an industry, with a creative industry, with a particular group, for example, that is not academic, all right? You have to write not for academic journals, but you have to write in places that is very short, magazines and newspapers. And so I talk about it. This one here, Philippine languages are not dialects. The edutainment of multilingual PPAP group, Alamat, all right? And here I talk in hopefully very simple terms why Lianga languages are not dialects, all right? And interestingly, in social media, I'm in social media quite a lot of times, all right? The fans of Alamat started to use my article, put it in a brochure, and in every concert and in every activity where Alamat actually appear, all right, together with some of their photos and merches, for example, they also on the one on the right, they also distribute, all right, these brochures for everybody to read and to talk about. Now, so this is what I meant earlier by that collaboration, where I was asked and talked about, the difference between languages and dialects. So I won't dig deep into these issues anymore, but just to let you know that this is the kind of, collaboration that has actually appeared between us. Now, this is how I would like to then finish my talk. Because yes, I think I have a bit of time, but as you can see here, what initially was, a kind of research, that an academic research in multilingualism and multi-language education, for example, which I have put forward, I have talked about in my own field, having published quite extensively on these topics for the past more than 20 years, then slowly brought, this further into the public sphere. And after the collab, for example, and after it's, some of my work, some of these discussions got into a brochure, for example, you can see here many of these fans, all right, as you can see here, many of these fans actually began to talk about the issues of language and dialects, all right, but in places that are not that are not traditionally considered learning classrooms, all right. So you have the first three pictures, the first three photos of these fans, talking. So they're not just simply distributing pictures and photos of Alamat. They are there to distribute this brochure and talk about it, and actually discuss and basically introduce not just Alamat, but introduce the issues of some certain issues of language in the caveat, and say that, I was never a part of this plan of the fans. It is their own initiative to actually go out and talk about these issues precisely because of these kinds of, collaboration between the academe and the creative industry, which is the entertainment industry as well. And lastly, all right, if you look at the last picture, it's interesting. You have a fan of Alamat, bringing back the brochure to the classroom and giving it to a teacher, to his teacher. And therefore, you have come full circle, basically, on, research that has gone out of the academe in order to, commit itself to more engagement with people outside the academe. But then if people begin to be interested in these things, all right, and become excited about these issues on their own, they take on the initiative to also share these with not just friends and colleagues and casuals, but also back to the education system, back to the classroom, and continue the conversation there as well. Acts of citizenship. So these are called acts of citizenship, and these are practices whereby new actors seeking recognition in public space in order to determine a new course of events, shift the location of agency and voice. So here we're talking about acts of citizenship, meaning that the kinds of practices that we are engaged in quite a number of people on the ground, all right, try to claim public space in order to determine a new course of events. They want something changed, they want something transformative, then take on this space and then use this space as a way, as a location of agency and voice, meaning a place where change can happen. And how did this all come about? Right? It all came about precisely because of, initially this collaboration between the academia and the creative industry, the academia and more specifically a particular entertainment group, for example. And because of that collaboration and because of this, dissemination of knowledge, all right, beyond the academia, it has been taken up and continues to be taken up by people beyond the academia as well. So I'll stop here, and I would like to thank again everyone, the organizers, and for your attention, and all the participants as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Give applause to Mr. Ruana Tupas. Hello. Yeah. All right.
Hello.
Thank you for the research about multilingual music as advocacy and entertainment, right? And maybe there are some question and answer for you, and maybe I would like to remind the audience from you Wen Chen, of course, as an academician, as academics or the professor need a platform to test and validate our ideas, and he was offering 6 programs at Outstreet apprenticeship programs, went from maintenance, camera, IO, with YOLO, right? Photographing and prototype. Yeah, prototyping, you're right. Now, there are 6 different programs offering by Prof. Yuan, right? Hello, Prof. Yuan. All right, before delivering to the audience, I would like to have a detailed information about the possibility of having apprenticeship program with our university and the Polytechnic of Creative Media. How can we enrich our program of collaboration for the student exchange? For example, like in Taiwan, there are possibilities of the student who can learn while studying while working in industry, right? And maybe we need more about the policy of the campus there. Like in Indonesia, we have a campus Merdeka and Merdeka Belajar, right? Free learnings in campus. So we know more detail about the policy of the campus there. This is my questions. Maybe can you explain first, Mr. Yunwen?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's our pleasure and honor if some students want to join the international exchange program. I think, yes, I think we can set up this idea and launch this idea into practice in the near future. Actually, I'm not, I think I am also familiar with the country Indonesia and Malaysia. Because I remember about 15 years ago, I have a chance to visit IIUM, Islamic International University in Malaysia, and was a visiting professor there for a month. And here in Indonesia, actually, because we have some students from Indonesia graduated from Daya University. So actually, my student also now work in, I think, in Malang University, Malang State University, I think. So actually, I think no matter in Malaysia or Indonesia, and had very lovely culture, lovely people, and lovely students. So actually, I'm very looking forward to have more closer cooperation for both sides. In college or in industry. Thank you.
All right. I think it's good information for our director, right? Maybe we have a collaboration someday. Okay, maybe I would like to deliver the question and answer for the audience. Please, want to have a question? Please raise your hand and then say your name. Silakan. Mr. Aji, maybe he was also your student, right? Silakan.
Check. One. Ni hao, Professor. Anh chào mấy anh đi. Trần lão sư. Hey, can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
All right.
Your Chinese is better. 谢谢.
All right.
No. Okay, Professor. I think you already know me, but I'd like to introduce myself to the audience. I'm Aji from. I was graduate from Thai University as a master student and still ongoing as a PhD student. I still need to take the final test, maybe next year if I have a chance. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for giving your idea about the collaboration, having a cross-discipline collaboration in Thai University. Because I already knew a lot of your achievement there, but I think I want to dig more to let the audience know about the challenge that I think as a creative person, I think researchers are also a creative person, using our ability to write the manuscript, to write the paper. We are also a creative person, not only the artist in terms of art and design. The biggest challenge is for having so many people with a different background, different expertises. It can be very challenging. It can be an advantage, but also the other side, it can be very dangerous for the collaboration itself, because we work with people with a lot of ego, with a lot of different background. And in Thai, as far as I know, your lab, because Prof. Chen is good expert in material and AR. A lot of things, I guess, not only in your, because your background is in engineering, but also in management, you're very good. And you have a lot of students work with you, or maybe professor with different background. You invite them to work with you in your lab and build something that can make a contribution to the society. So what is the biggest challenge for having so many people, so many young talented students with different background? Or maybe your colleague, maybe the other professor that coming from different background. What is the biggest challenge and what is your suggestion to solve that? Thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yes.
Haji is in charge for having collaboration in our institution now, right? Please.
Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you. Actually, I think this question is also like a challenge where, I am in the position, academic position now in university. I think only two key words. Let's say is patient, mutually understanding, and keep communication. Because actually people from different background, sometimes they have many subjective attitude from different field. So I think the first one, you need to learn to listen. Listening is very important, and because I like to hear from different voice, and I try to use these three keywords: keep a communication, patient, and listen. And I think we finally can find a consensus in such a negotiation. But sometimes because the time maybe took a little longer, but however, we have such a culture here in Daya University, because if people, they don't have the same vision, or they don't have the same goal, they follow you just just to pretend. Sometimes maybe you go further, 1 step, 2 steps, maybe 10 steps after you will fall down because the internal communication or internal their vision are not the same. So I think patient and keep listening, keep communication, and let's hear from the voice from different background is very important. And of course, the chair and the leader for such a consensus meeting, they must be open mind and try to integrate to form out the consensus at his, I think, at his best. This is my simple opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Prof, you Wen Chen, right? Thank you very much. Any other questions? No? All right. Maybe I would like to have a quote for Mr. Ruani Tupas, right? Thank you, Chen. From Ruani Tupas, he discussed about multilingual music, advocacy, and entertainments. There is a quotation that we need to know more from him, right? He thought that the pop-up music could be a mean to elevate the status of his country, right? That is the problem. My question is, right, Mr. Ruani Tupas, have you done such kinds of research to know whether there is a status of country in your or the Philippines increase or not by the music? For example, like Indonesia, we have also dangdut, yeah. We also dangdut, right? Also to elevate our status in Indonesia, and we know about the alamat and diversity, right? There's a pop-up group of alamat in Philippines, right? So we know about your research. Have you done it?
Yes, of course. Yeah, but I think that the focus is more on identity. The focus is more on students and teachers actually changing their attitudes towards, for example, languages, and at the same time also towards how they view their own country. Because historically, to a large extent, or somehow, the education system has been, influenced and shaped very, very much by colonial education. And through, in my own research, I began to understand that engaging in advocacy-driven music, and it's not just advocacy-driven music, but advocacy-driven arts, for example, actually does help, precisely because it opens up conversations. I think that's the very important point about these kinds of collaboration, that you actually see that there's so much that comes out in terms of your research beyond the academe, right? Because pop music, these groups, for example, are very, very identifiable, something that a lot of people can relate to. So by tapping on them, all right, to talk about your own research, to talk about issues that only academics would most likely be able to understand, then you are able to communicate more publicly and more broadly these research findings and so on. So going back to your question, yes, of course, it's actually public engagement, getting into understanding nation building through the lens of pop music, for example, has been a part of my research. Thank you.
Okay. Right, very much. Maybe we have some research collaboration, right? The different, the collaborations of dangdut and alamat, and for the Philippines. All right, any question from others? Silakan, Lisa. Right.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Hi, Professor Tupas. I'm Lisa.
Hello. Hey. Hi, Lisa.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So, sir, it's really interesting, your presentation. You have some points, and one of them is that alamat, which is in Tagalog means a legend, like folk tales, and it's its usage in teaching a language, like English language. In Indonesia, we also have a lot of folk tales, like traditional stories. And we also use the folk tales to teach languages, like English, for different kind of levels, from kindergarten to college level. But I'm wondering, in the Philippines, the enthusiasm of the students of learning using the alamat with the exposure of popular stories from Western world. That is more popular, I think, to the adulthood or children nowadays. Yeah, it is also happened here. They kind of prefer to know more, or to get exposure of these Western words. So is it still effective? Does it still work? Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Right. Please.
Yeah.
Prof. Right.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Actually, it's a great question, precisely because it actually proves the point about using pop music, especially pop music that is very much relatable to our young people nowadays, because you don't go straight. You don't go directly to, exactly what, the content of our curriculum, the content of our syllabus actually wants, but you actually first engage in a conversation with them, with a lot of people, on things that are non-academic. So for example, with Alamat, they actually are involved in a fusion of global and local influences. So there's a little bit of K-pop, there's really a lot of contemporary visuals, a lot of contemporary genres that get into Alamat. And then what they do is to bring in cultural and historical references, local references into the music. All right, if you're interested, you can check out their music videos, for example, which is on YouTube. And then therefore what happens is that when people get hooked to the music, to the visuals, then they start to unpack what is going on and realize, there are many cultural references. In fact, the one that I mentioned earlier, just to give you one example, one example, is about Aswang, which is a cultural reference to, a mythical figure in the Philippines. But it's something that people usually take negatively. But somehow, because of colonialism, for example, it has been, viewed very, very negatively. But because of Alamat, for example, then people suddenly realize that, you can actually take this up more with a much more positive, the Filipino culture, the Filipino references to the Filipino myth, for example, can actually be a source of inspiration, can actually be a source of so much knowledge, which has been suppressed by, the educational system itself. So going back to your question, actually, getting involved in a lot of contemporary arts, and creative and imaginative industries, and sources such as Alamat, such as music videos, actually can continue the conversation forward and can actually appeal more to our students rather than simply going straight, because students may not be able to see the connection. All right, they will see the connection if you actually get to let them see the who is singing, who is dancing, and then tap into it for whatever content that you have in the education system.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Right. Maybe we have someday we are going to have a good research collaboration. Right. Silakan Lia ya.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. My name is Lia. I wanna give questions for Prof. Chen. Okay, right now in Indonesia we have so many startup assembly as company, a new company in the field of creative industry, but the innovation productivity is itself it's very low. It's still very low. So I want to ask Prof. Chen, how about Taiwan government? to facing the creative innovation about the product. There is any of regulation that can be support from government to industry, especially from the private sector. Thank you.
Right,
Okay.
please, Mr. Chun.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And actually, you know, salary or waging issue actually is a difficult problem because it involves many parties. You know, about the capital side, about the labor side. Sometimes even involves the government side. They both join together. Yeah, so actually the support of the wage or salary, actually you must consider the local condition. It may be in a specified region or in a country. To be most accepted by all the involved party to get all the like what I said about the consensus. I say that I can show some example. Maybe the Indonesia government can think about this because in Taiwan we have many in Taiwan the small and medium business occupied about all the scale about about 90%. That means about popular TSMC like this big car company. Big company maybe only occupy the part of Taiwan, only maybe 10%. Maybe I think no more than 15%. So most of Taiwan this company, I think they are the same, all small and medium business. We simply call it SMEs in Taiwan. And Taiwanese government has very special support. I think this could be a paradigm for some country because when you know sometimes the bosses maybe they want to invest, they will be hesitant to invest more because they have they feel scared or they have the uncertainty about future market. So in such case, government will devote, they will invest. We call this the small business innovation project. That means once a small business applies such a project, the business only in charge of about 13, or I think no more than 14% of the total budget. And the remainder, about 50 or 60%, is in charge by the government. So in such, I think we will to promote the incentive of these bosses from the SMEs. They are more there, or they have more breadth to join into the new business. And the other issue is about the innovation. Yes, it's very important for economic growth. And thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Prof. Yu Wen Chen, right, from Taiwan University and also from University of College of London. Prof. You are to pass. Let's give applause for both speakers. Okay, thank you very much for having this opportunity, guiding you in these discussions, and forgive me when there is some mistake. And of course, for our director, maybe for the rest of us here, maybe we could see someday for having a good collaboration, having a memorandum of understanding, right? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For moderating the session and also for all the invited speakers. Give applause to
the moderator and the invited speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now this is the end of the first session. After this, we will have a lunch break until 1 p.m. And after that, oh, okay. Okay, we'd like to invite all the participants to come forward to do the photo session together.
Oke, Bapak Ibu tolong lebih rapat, Pak Dwi boleh nggak di punten di atas ya, sama Pak. Enggak, kalau ambruk paling ke bawah. Oke? Liza, Bu Liza, oke? Oke. Saya ya udahlah, saya di mana aja. Freddy saya masuk ya, kalau enggak. Jadi gini maju. Mbak maju Mbak. Nah, atau melingkar Mbak, melingkar seperti kami. Ya. Ya, Oh iya, namanya juga usaha ya.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. Once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask, what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
You know, nature always imparts a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is. Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Always deliver you adventures that your mind will never want to forget. Come and explore the beauty of Kepulauan Bangka Belitung.
This is not a quick meal. This is a lunch that was made of an everyday effort, 6 hours of preparation. If we look back and see, we will realize that there is more behind every local craft. This is not manufactured, but handcrafted in every part. This one has to harvest only to get the finest, a color that can only be achieved by patience and respect for nature. The other has to pick one in 1,000, layering one by one, getting the best from the rest. Some others breathe a new life into traditions, so it can be handed over for future generations. Where this one has to blend ingredients flawlessly for a smell we long for endlessly, and this one might have spent years painting the pattern slow and steady. Here they are. Never get tired of perfecting the craft. For every question we ask what good it might bring, at the same time, they work tirelessly, reaching for perfection, patiently.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses.
Good day, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce myself. My name is Leah, and I will be welcoming you to the panel session in room 1 and 2 in this conference. But we will inform you that we will start the panel session in 10 minutes. And then we are sorry to inform you because some kind of technical trouble that we have here. So I will close this room first, and you please kindly join with the same link right after I close this room. So once again, we inform you that I will close this room right now and right okay. And you will join with the same room with the same link. So
follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. Once, leave the comfort.
Have you heard of an island? An island of the gods. To me, Bali is my home. There is truly something for everyone to enjoy. From the volcanoes which created our island, our ancestral rice fields, hidden waterfalls, and beautiful white sand beaches. Seeing the look of wonder in people's faces never gets old. You will discover how everything on this island is connected. Here you can slow down, relax, and find peace. Recently, this island was paused in time, waiting patiently to be discovered once more. It's time to reawaken your senses. To witness the spirit rising and experience a culture like no other. It's time for Bali.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Spread the spirit out. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. enjoy the moment and explore new places. Enhance your creativity. Enjoy the fun of the trip. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Nature always impart a remembrance of sweetness in our hearts. Similar to a loveliness stored at the edge of memory to keep giving us a reason to smile. Similar to Kepulauan Bangka Belitung, its marine blue sea felt as if mesmerizing us to dive into the splendor of Indonesia. Along with the lining of its coastal rocks, somehow felt to be embedding magic, bearing us to keep in mind of how exotic this isle is.
Recording in progress.